Hey guys, welcome to another work stream. Today we are going to try and finish as much of this conditions list as I can. It's a lot to get through, but it'll be worth it once I have everything referenced. Good morning, everybody. Okay, let's get to work. How do I want to do this? Man, how do I want to do this? I want banishment to be stackable before they just leave. Big old tree feather. What's up, Frosty? Yeah, I think this is better. I was gonna do like a penalty, but I don't want Banish to be like better than the other afflictions. I think it should only deal with summoned creatures. Finished my mail route early. That's good. How you guys doing this morning? You guys doing good? I'm a little sleepy, but we're gonna get this done. Worked for the first 4 hours. That's what I'm doing. Get my work in. So I have a plan for people that want to use potions and stuff. So the alkalized condition, I want it to be something where, all right, if you let me walk you guys through what I'm thinking of here. I want it to be a resource that alchemist characters have to manage, because the alkalized condition is your body's ability to be able to maintain / produce alchemical effects, right? So if you took a potion of speed, right? The idea is that the alkalized state, dependent on the tier of the consumable that you took, you can't benefit from another alchemical source until your alkalized tiers are reduced to 0, right? So the idea here is that if you take a potion of speed, it would give you, like, for example, tier 4 alkalized. So each round that alkalized would tick down, but for 4 rounds you can't benefit from another alkalized source. You can't take another potion. But the idea is that alchemists will have the ability to, like, lower their tier, purge themselves, things like that, so that they can use more potions. But the idea is that when you have the alkalized state, you can't gain any benefits from another alchemical source. And that includes healing potions, because they are an alkalized source, right? I think it'll be a really interesting way for people to have to use their consumables more wisely. Would you do that with a purging potion or something similar to reset alkalis besides waiting? Well, yeah, they'll like I said, there'll be things that those characters can do. It probably won't be a consumable, though. It'll probably be class features or continental effects and stuff like that. Yeah. I think that's going to be a really interesting mechanic to play around. Because then you have to be... So one of the things in the base 5e, which granted won't be the case here, but still, having a tiny health potion just to get somebody out of 0 is something that is fine, but it kind of, to me, breaks the verisimilitude of the fantasy of potions are something that is impactful and more on the rare side. It's like spellcasting, right? In that regard. And I kind of don't... I do not like that people can have like 18 small potions just to get people out of 0. I think what I want to do in this game, to cut down on the logistics, but more importantly to make your decisions matter a little bit more, is I want potions to be impactful, and I want you to be able to stack them, but you have to play around this mechanic, right? And then what I'll do for out of combat will have a different tracking of alkalization. Probably make it, probably make it like minutes to hours. If you consume a potion like Speed, it's a tier 4. You have to wait 4 rounds to consume another potion. That's the idea. Yeah. But if you're an alchemist or a character that, has class features around it, there'll be ways to maybe lower it faster so you don't have to wait as long. But that's the idea. It will likely encourage using stronger consumables than weaker ones if both apply alkalis. Well, that's the idea, right? And also, more importantly to that, Gaz, it's that they'd use stronger consumables with the understanding that they can't use lesser consumables later if they do that. You know what I mean? So they might use a lesser consumable now because the stronger one might cut them out of other things that they need. So. And it'll probably be the class features that affect it that aren't continental or core class based specifically will probably be like Wander stuff, because they're actually good at using gadgets and potions and items and stuff. I was thinking about maybe even making the Saboteur like the support class in that regard, because remember, alkalized also counts for offensive use of poisons and stuff, right? Because if they're from a artificial source that has been created and manipulated with chemicals, stuff like that. So the idea is that if somebody is a poison user, you just can't sit there and stack multiple huge poisons, right? Poison is very much controlled to, if it's a natural source of poison, it's easier to stack than if it's a non-natural source of poison. So then does that work for magic healing or magic buffs? No, because those cost mana. The alkalized condition is my answer to what do I do if someone has wealth and sits there and just accumulates a bunch of alchemy, right? Because there's something to be said that the new magic system uses mana in I think, a very cool way, but it means you can't Alpha Strike. So in order to prevent people from just using potions that emulate spells to Alpha Strike, I had to have an answer for that too, right? And that's the answer. Yeah. Opportunity cost to consumable use. Yeah. Exactly. Should I do anything for the other tiers? Do you have a thieving class in the warrior tree? Yeah, but it's a core class skill. It's, let's see, it is... the Outlaw, which is under Sleight of Hand core class skill for warrior. But if your character is animal handling, then you're probably going to be a cavalier, yeah. Let's see, what did I make for the Outlaw? I made one-handed smash and grab, light armor, cunning action, dirty action, panache. Yeah, okay, I haven't scoped all that out yet. Anyway, I think the alkalized effect is gonna be pretty sick. Looks good. Arcadum, have you worked on Fighter yet? Oh, merciless. That's all of these. The warrior classes are Knight, Gladiator, Soldier, Reaver, Paragon, Warlord, Herald, Spire, L, Samurai, Mercenary, Berserker, Steamlord, Dancer, Cavalier, Eldritch Knight, Athlete, Tactician, Ancestral Warrior, Strategist, Tyrant, Officer, Combat Medic, Ranger, Watchman, Juggler, Peacemaker, Paladin, Outlaw, Commando, and Tracker. But no, I have not done the specific abilities fully fleshed out yet. I'm doing that in July. And as for the, like, preliminary template work, I've done that as well. I've at least scoped out the things I want to give them. But specific details on what those do, I haven't done yet because I have to do this stuff first. Oh shit, is that Ken Morrow? What's up, man? You signed up for Alien Class, right? Because I know you signed up for the previous games and we weren't able to get you in. I have a question. What is the tech level of Prism? I'm probably going to put it at 8 as a general tech level. We will have guns, or vessels as they'll be called, but it's going to be magic tech guns, like 18th century blunderbusses that are empowered by magic runes. Wait, guns? I can be John Wayne? I mean, yeah. What happens when you have specialist overlap in your classes, like 2 light armor specialist classes stacking? Oh, well, if you do that, then you just get 2 of those. Hopefully, my intention on the design aspect is that there shouldn't be any dead options. Meaning that if you took light armor twice, well, you can just specialize in 2 different types of light armor. And because of how armor works in this system, it's layered together. So, as long as your armor outfit allows you to layer 2 pieces of light armor, that isn't going to be wasted. You're just specialized in 2 pieces of it. Same thing with, like, weapons. Like, if you chose one-handed specialist in 2 different areas, you just get that much further on the track. In fact, I dare say that's what a lot of Martial and Wanderer characters will end up doing, is that they will select item specialization, where they can either build tall or build wide, depending on what it is that they want to do. Like, a good example of the alkalized thing that I was talking about earlier was the Nos Fiend. The Kalkateshian Wanderer is going to be all about just doing drugs. So that's a class where you just drug yourself up. You get a bunch of effects based off what level of alkalization that you have. It's going to be awesome. Okay, anyway. Where was I? What is the tech level of Corvinus? 6, cusp of 7. What happened to Arcadum? What do you mean? I'm right here. Haven't seen him in so long. I've been streaming for the past 2 years constantly. And before that, I was streaming for like a year and a half. Like, I haven't seen you in so long. Where have you been? Is Prism one of the bigger continents? No, Prism is the system that I'm working on. I'm finally making my own D&D system. Might be the Aussie time zone, so I don't catch your streams anymore. Oh, that's fair. But still, glad to have you here. Let's get to it. Afflicted loses access to... How do I want to do sealed and locked? A level 1 non-proficiency. temperature determined by source effect. Level 1 to 2. After fighting the Seneschal and the Indigo, I don't want to deal with any ability seals for a while. Well, hey, it is what it is. Non-proficiency, yeah. 1 what I want to do for the last 2 tiers of this. Oh boy! There you go. So the new system I'm using, I'm keywording everything across the board from the ground up. Afflicted is referencing to the person that is being affected by this effect. And the word afflicted means that it is an affliction. So that means that things that work off of affliction specifically affect those things. So if I ever did something like, how would I explain this? So let's say that you had an effect that says, when you become afflicted, you gain a +1 to attack rolls, for example, right? This would count. Or what if you had an effect that says, whenever you are afflicted, reduce the tier by 1. So first, afflicted is added, determined, and then reduced. That's the idea. And everything is going to be keyworded in that way. And my hope is that people that play the game will be able to easily determine what works with what based off of this system. So what I'm trying to do is have a complex system that people are able to make different things and, you know, in-depth character builds, but that is still easy to play because the number of questions of does this work with this are cut down because people know, because it'll be clearly stated. Now 30% of those people aren't going to read any of that and ask anyway, or ask in the hopes that they'll get a ruling favorable to them. But the idea is that at least the confusion level will be cut down. At least that's what my hope is. So. It would take more time to learn it and understand it, at least in the beginning. Well, yeah, but that's another reason why, before we even start playing Alien Class, we'll be doing several test games. We'll be doing several dry runs with the mechanics in question. We'll be going through everything. We'll be testing all the different pieces. We'll be making FAQs for people to ask questions. My hope is that even though there will be 6 months with no games, most likely, and I know that's gonna suck for people. My hope is that if we spend that time wisely and make this system and spend the time together to test it, to just clean it up with direct access to the person making it, listening to feedback, I think we're going to make something great. I really do. And when we actually get around to Alien Class, when the games start up again in the new system, people will have experience with it. People won't be cut off guard by it. Hopefully, people will be have a certain level of veterancy in the system, so that when they make their characters, the characters that they make will be something that they want to play, something that they know how to play. That's the idea. And even though I'm super nervous about it, I really hope that when we launch the Kickstarter at the end of the month, that people will support it. And then whenever we, unlock pre-orders, that people will support that, so that I can continue to exist while not running games and working on this, 100%. So. It's following me now. all madnesses are permanent. I don't need to put that there. I'll chat, be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. Sorry, get it for a second. Ooh, we're getting it done, though. I generally love homebrewing around with my systems. Through you, I can live my fantasy of making my own. Well, you could just do it, you know. I know it's hard, but you could just do it. Was there any test runs for Corvinus games before? Not as many as I'd like. Actually, I felt... this isn't like your guys' fault or anything, but I like rushed myself for Corvinus because I was basically in a panic of like, you know, am I going to be able to make, like, I need to make money, I need to make sure that I have, you know, a job. I got in my own head about it, so I just rushed Corvinus really, really quickly when, yeah, I do regret that. I think I should have trusted myself, trusted my community a little bit more, and just told everybody straight up, hey, I'm going to need time to make this, you know? That's what I did this time, and you guys have been amazing. Like, every time somebody comes in here and says some fucking shit, or just like, you fell off, look at how cool I am, and ooh, man, maybe one of those people will think I'm cool if I say a bunch of mean stuff, yeah. All I can think about when something like that happens is just all you guys, you know? Super easy. Yeah, so that's a good thing. So, that's all I was saying. Yeah, you know, the more and more that I think about it, I don't think it'll ever stop being awful, what happened, but I think what makes people mad is that I'm fine. You know? I think that's why they come in here and say that stuff still. They're either attention seeking or they're just honest, or they're just honestly, they can't handle the fact that I'm doing just fine. It is what it is, I guess. I think the biggest thing that does bother me is that, you know, is that it's made my job of spreading D&D to people really, really difficult. All the new innovations, all the new things that I've tried to invent and you know, do for the greater community is all people are gonna just see as this shit that doesn't define me at all, you know, instead of the person that I actually am. And that's yeah, it sucks, but nothing I can do about what other people think about me other than just be the best person that I can possibly be, you know? And keep doing what I love because I can. And yeah. If anyone has a problem with that, well, okay. They get to be mad. consumable, probably. Because I want marks to be consumed. I'd say consumable. I don't think this will have higher tiers. I mean, maybe it does, it just doesn't do anything else. Because all the marked condition is that it now makes you vulnerable to an enhanced state of another ability source. And it is consumed in the process. But the marked state itself doesn't do anything else other than that. I guess that's okay. Not everything has to have a bunch of extra shit on it. It's okay if it's just simple. Nothing wrong with that. It'll still be tiered, so it can still fit into the system, and I'll have game mechanics that, you know, might affect that. But yeah. Plus, there's gameability here, because I could do something like, if somebody has a class feature that whenever they would gain an affliction, something happens, and whenever they remove an affliction, something would happen, and then they were able to mark themselves by, like, a more dangerous form of taunt or something, I think that'd be really good. Yeah, we could do some stuff with that. There's some gameability there. Ooh, we're on to Elemental. Ooh, boy! Affliction. Let's see here. Magic. Stackable. Afflicted takes fire damage to life at the start of its turn equal to the current tier of this affliction. I don't like this. Changes the damage. Harm to life is... I just don't like how it sounds. I just use damage. On a long drive, could I ask you to narrate a bit more since I can't read it? Sure. Right now I'm working on the elementals. The elemental affliction, so that's burning, chilled, shocked, corroded, necrosis, and radiated, which are just extra effects that are added to the damage types. Like if you use fire, you can add burning damage, so on and so forth. Right now I'm trying to think of what the higher tier effects of burning could be that aren't just more damage. I think this might call for me taking a quick bathroom break and taking a nice seat and thinking it out. Also, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. And it worked. I came up with what I'm gonna do with it. Afflicted. Deals fire damage to creatures adjacent to it whenever it takes damage from the tier 1 effect this whenever afflicted would take fire damage, not from would take fire damage from another source. How would I do this? From a separate source of fire damage. The afflicted spreads causes adjacent creatures to incur the tier 1 elemental burning. To incur tier 1 elemental burning. I could just say burning. Shorthand, I mean, it's there. It's just all elemental. Now I better put the whole thing. And then for tier 4, we're gonna do some burning shit. Let's see what else we're gonna do. Very nice. So for the person driving, sorry, I was doing some thinking. Elemental Burning has the effect keywords of Affliction, Magic, Stackable, and Fading. Tier 1 is Afflicted takes fire damage to life at the start of its turn equal to the current tier of this affliction. Tier 2 is Afflicted deals fire damage to creatures adjacent to it whenever it takes damage from its Tier 1 effect. Its Tier 3 is whenever the Afflicted would take fire damage from a separate source of fire damage, the Afflicted causes adjacent creatures to incur a Tier 1 Elemental Burning. Tier 4, the Afflicted loses resistance to fire damage. It cannot gain resistance while it has this tier. Tier 5 is the Afflicted incurs a penalty to healing of life equal to the tier of this affliction. And Tier 6, Afflicted loses immunity to fire damage. It cannot gain immunity while it's in this tier of affliction. And then the last one is, whenever the Afflicted would die, it explodes, and all creatures within 15 feet incur a Tier 3 Elemental Burning affliction. So the idea is, Tier 1, you take fire damage at the start of your turn. Tier 2, whenever you would take fire damage from that, it burns around you. Tier 3 is, whenever you would take fire damage from another source, it spreads the people around. And then you ignore resistance, and then you give a penalty to healing, and then you ignore immunity, and then finally you make somebody explode, giving them a Tier 3 version of this affliction, which starts them at the effect where they can start spreading it at Tier 1. Realized I can't be a Cavalier, Dancer, Outlaw. Well, yeah, you can only choose one of those because they're all core classes. Those are all core skill classes, I should say, not core classes. So the idea I have in my head is that if you wanted to be a fire caster, right, you shoot somebody. How do tiers go up? So this has the stackable trait, which I'm going to write this out in the notable rules below. But that means whenever you apply a tier of fire, the tier goes up. So, like, let's say you shoot Fire Ray, right? Just Scorching Ray, boom, at somebody. Pow! You hit them, they gain Tier 1. You hit them again, they gain Tier 2. You hit them a third time, they gain Tier 3. You hit them another time, they gain Tier 4, and it spreads around. You hit them again, they gain Tier, so on and so forth. Yeah. Now, do I want to do the hard stack, or do I want to do the other way? The tiered stacking. Yeah, I think I want to do the harder way. Boom. 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 1 second. I gotta. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Literally two. Oh, whoa, what are you doing over there? Stay here. Fucking camera. That was fucking weird, wasn't it? Okay. How would you do a stack inversion ability? What do you mean exactly? Can you go into more depth with the effect keywords? Okay, sure. So the idea over here, and these aren't all of them. I'm making more as I begin to increase the resolution of these abilities, but the idea is that every single effect in the game will have a series of keywords attached to it. Those keywords will depict whether or not an effect works with that particular effect and other interactions in the game state. So, for example, afflictions, which are bad shit happening to you that aren't just like damage or something, are separate from things that help you, which are called imbuements, right? And there are some things that do both an affliction and an imbuement, like rage. And the keyword that refers to those is called affected. So you have afflicted, imbued, and affected. And you know that those three keywords are separated into their various places, so that whenever a player reads an ability, they are able to say, okay, I know this works with this, and these keywords comprise it of this. So I know that the interaction points between these two different abilities are depicted ahead of time by keywords that I can then cross-reference and read. Now that sounds like a lot of word soup, but if you've ever played Magic the Gathering is an incredibly complex card game, but people are able to understand it fairly easily because of nomenclature, because they use keywords, because they use syntax, right? Reading the card explains the card sort of thing, right? That's the same kind of approach to this effect as well. Is that you read an ability, it explains the ability. The whole point of the keyword system is to reduce the number of times that a player is confused as to whether or not two pieces of a character build that they have interact and how they interact, because the interaction will be made very clear. And that's done through things like, does this have a dash effect? Does this drain? Does this empower? Depower. Here, let me zoom in here so it's easier for you to read. See, these are some examples of what I mean. Dash, drain, empower, depower, bleed, afflict, imbue, courage, cowardice, stackable, economy, slow, compounding, fading, immune, resistant, exposed, vulnerable, and consumed. Then over here you have typing effects. Like an effect can be supernatural, it could be artificial, it could be magic or mundane. I'll probably change this to alkalized, actually. And then you have additional costs. So does this cost you stamina, which causes exhaustion? Does this cost you mana, which costs you mana? Does this cost you life, which costs you HP? You know, does this cost you spirit, which is a level debuff? Does this cost you to expend your aura? You know, things like that. And that's kind of the idea, is that I'm still building the keyword matrix, obviously, but once that's completely built out, then every ability that I make for the classes will be cross-referenced to these keywords. So the idea is that when you're on the wiki building your character, because there's going to be a wiki for it, I mean, there already is a wiki, but the idea is that you will be able to very quickly understand how an ability works by just going through its keywords. And if there's any specific changes that need to happen or special rules, it will be listed specifically either under the source of the ability you're using, the specific one, or it'll be allocated underneath the extended notable rules, which is this right here, which will be under each keyword. And I will fill those out as I discover them and through all the testing that we're going to do before we even launch the game. So hopefully there will be as little as possible of a player going, I don't understand how this works, because they will have the material and the means to do it. Now, is it a lot of extra writing for things that should be common sense? For the most part, but I think that it's worth to do all this extra work, because what it does is it gives me a game state that I can manipulate for even more abilities, right? The granularity of it increases dramatically, because now I can have characters that have abilities that specifically target those keywords, and then you have combinations and effects and compositions that suddenly become far more appealing because they have support. And that's the idea. I hope you guys understood any of that. Sorry. By the way, you still here, Matt? You asked me about stack inversion. I asked for you to clarify it, if you're still here. I don't want to leave any question unanswered. Okay, here we go. Afflicted as its movement rating reduced. No. Inflicted incurs a penalty to movement rating equal to the tier of this affliction. We gotta add slowing up there. Double check something. So this is another example of what I was talking about. This elemental chilled does ice damage, but it also reduces your movement rating, so your ability to move, right? So the cool thing about this is because now I add the slow keyword to the effect. So that means if you have abilities that ignore slow keyword effects, you could potentially ignore the first tier of elemental chilled, which makes it harder for the higher ones to be applied to you. You see what I mean? And that's a unique interaction that a player would be like, well, does this reduce that because this is a, an elemental cold effect? Do I still get to stack the tier? So they might say, well, if they ignore the first tier, do I still get to stack it? So the idea here is that it comes down to what I say in the source. So a good interaction here would say that if I gave an ability, a class feature that says you ignore tier 1 slow effects, then that means you would ignore the tier 1 slow effect, but it could still be stacked, right? Because you still get it, you just ignore it. Because ignoring something in this system doesn't mean that you don't receive it. Because the idea is that higher stacked tiers can remove things that would ignore the penalties of, right? And also the ignore would be a keyword and stuff like that, or immune, all that good stuff. So the idea is that if I wanted to make an ability more powerful, I would say whenever you would incur a slow effect, you reduce its tier by 1. See? So that means that if they were hit with Elemental Chilled tier 1, that is a slow effect, even though it is a cold damaging effect, right? But it has the slow keyword, which means that that tier is reduced from 1 to 0, which essentially means that that character with that ability cannot be affected at all by Elemental Chilled with only a tier 1 effect. So that means they got to be hit by a higher tier effect for the stacking to start. Yeah, see what I mean? An ability that switches the tier 7 effect with a tier 1 effect, and so forth. If such a thing affected, that would probably be a unique factor. Like, that'd be a really unique situation and a really unique ability. Because doing that, making that gameable at all, people would go for that instantaneously, right? So you have to be really careful when you make loopholes and shortcuts like that, because as soon as they become available, the meta shifts and players will hard focus on that. So probably not in any sort of base game interaction would I allow that inversion, because that would be so powerful that I'd have to make it a unique feature. Okay. Tier 5. Actually, is it called... What's the magic version? Is it just petrified? What a cool fucking effect, man. I think people are gonna like this, just freezing somebody. Oops, not mean to make all of that then. Oh, I missed a spot. We are making the progress. So for the people driving, Elemental Chilled inflicts a movement speed penalty. And then it also does half that movement speed penalty to creatures adjacent to them. If your movement rating gets to 0, you get the Numbed Affliction, which reduces action points you have. And then if your action point maximum ever reaches 0, you're then frozen, which acts like petrified. Very nice, yes, very cool. I like it very much, yes. Ugh. I love it. You're a gem, boss man. No problem. All right, I mean, thank you. I don't know why I said that. Whew. Man, we already clocked in 2 hours? Damn. That went by fast, didn't it? We're getting the work done, though, chat room. Like, we're getting it. We are receiving it. We are getting it done. How to do, how to oh, wrong one. Get it. Hi, son. Always number one. Yes, and your buddies, they're pals. Yeah. Can't you see we're two of a kind? Looking for every time. Oh, wow. Give me a report to the goof troop. Report to the goof troop. Did you have fun in last night's game? Yeah, I had a great time in last night's game. It was awesome. I got to be an outlaw. Yeah, I got to be a bad guy. A bad guy. This one. I'm not sure yet. Hard to think about this one. Shocked gives a penalty to attack because you're like, bleh, right? That's pretty good. to attack-based roles, because aiming and all of that. My food just got here, so I'm gonna go get it real quick, and I'll have a little snack with you guys. How about that? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I decided to just eat while I was down there. Okay. Hmm. There it is. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna mix up the music, I think. Let's rock. Alright. Let's try to lock in, get all this shit done. I think that's pretty good. Alright, you guys tell me what you think. See, so, Tier 1, Elemental Shock, is a penalty to attack rolls equal to the tier of this affliction. Tier 2 is whenever the afflicted would take lightning damage, half of that damage is dealt to adjacent creatures. Tier 3 is afflicted incurs a penalty that all lightning attack sources incur the Tier 1 keen imbuement against them. Tier 4, whenever the afflicted is critically hit by an attack with a lightning source, a random creature within 15 feet incurs a Tier 2 elemental shocked affliction. Tier 5 is the Tier 1 keen imbuement incurred by the Tier 3 effect of this affliction compounds to Tier 2. Tier 6 is whenever the afflicted is critically hit, all creatures within 30 feet of the afflicted that are afflicted with an elemental shocked effect take lightning damage equal to the current tier of this affliction. This occurs after the Tier 4 effect of this affliction. And then Tier 7 is critical hits against the afflicted that are lightning sources grant the controller of that source 1 mana point. Could you explain what Keen is? It's increased critical threshold and critical effects. Keen's going to increase both critical hit chance and critical damage. Also, critical effects are going to be pretty different. Innate critical hit synergy for lightning. Yeah, that's the idea. So, like, lower tier lightning effects can just be good because they help incur a penalty to attack rolls. And that'll be true across the board as you start zapping. But the big idea here is that you critically hit and try to... It works kind of like... So, fire spreads more reliably, but less explosively, as lightning can. Like, if you get one really good run on a lightning character, you can really make some shit happen. And what's really going to be cool is that there are going to be character class features that allow you to swap tiers of different elemental types and, like, add them together and stuff. So, there's all kinds of nifty interactions I can't wait to see for that. I think it's going to be awesome. And there's also going to be, like, augments to spells and the color filters for the spells, and like, it's gonna be good. Sorry. I can't wait. And the cool thing is that all of this crunch is super easy. Like, it's not a bunch of +1 riders that you have to track. You know exactly what it is. And more importantly, it's programmable into Foundry, which is very nice. Yes, very, very cool. I clear my teeth there. Okay, I think I want to listen to something a little bit more. Let's get mystical in here. Sabaton, I wish. It just get muted. It's hard trying to find stuff that won't just get all my stuff muted. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. We'll listen to the Expedition 33 soundtrack. I know that's allowed to be on stream. This looks like a nice playlist. Let's listen to this one. There we go. There is no fucking way in hell that Expedition 33 is not going to get Game of the Year. Like, the game that would have to come out this year to defeat Expedition 33 would have to be like, I can't even imagine what it's gonna be. Like, man, that game is good. This might be completely off topic, but do you have a personal favorite series that you ran into recently and that you recommend for people to watch? Ted Lasso. It's coming out with its 4th season. It's probably some of the best television I've watched in a long time. It's like top 3 shows for me. Newsroom, which is one of my personal favorite ones. It came out in like 2013. I recommend that one too. That's a great one. Recently I've been watching Department Q. It seems pretty good. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, but it seems really good. I like the writing in it. Borderlands 4, don't sleep on it. Definitely Game of the Year. Alright. Look, man. This is going to be an unpopular opinion. I don't think Borderlands is that good of a game, to be honest. I don't even think, at its best, it's that good of a game. It's a looter shooter, sure. It's got fun and zany characters, yeah. But to say that it's going to be Game of the Year, I mean, maybe if there was nothing else coming out this year. But didn't Borderlands 3 not do well? Hold on, let me go double check. I remember there was something being said about that. Go double check. Yeah, here it is. Borderlands 3 was a commercial success, but it's considered... Let's see, where is it? It's... Or is it Borderlands 2 I'm thinking of? One of them dropped it. Am I thinking of 2? One of them didn't do well. Let's see which one it was. No, Borderlands 2 was the good one. I think it's 3 that didn't live up to 2. I can't remember where I read that. I just remember several of the people that play a lot of Borderlands didn't like 3, but that may have just been my sample pool. I personally thought it was whatever. Anyway, there's no way it beats Expedition 33, dude. There's nobody even saw that game coming, man. It came out of nowhere. Like it came in and it smashed, man. And it's a turn-based game. You know how unpopular those are now compared to what they used to be? You know, like, think about it. When was the last time you played a turn-based game that you enjoyed, right? It's been a while for me. There's no way it beats Expedition 30. I'll tell you this. If Borderlands 4 comes out and it beats Expedition 33, and it beats it just because it's a looter shooter, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Because, look, all due respect to the people who like Borderlands and the people that made it, Borderlands is Saturday morning cartoon colored slop. That's what it is. Yes, it's fun. There's nothing wrong with that. But Expedition 33 was a masterpiece. Like, it is innovative, story-driven. Like, look, it's a good game. And it's not only a good game, it's an excellent piece of art, right? And it's just like, I don't know, maybe I'm being judgmental. I really don't want to come off that way, because I like zany, funny stuff. You can be funny and still be considered equivalent to the art, but to me it's like Borderlands 4 is going to have amazing music. It's going to have to hit every single category that it has. Like, its gameplay loop has to be good. Its story has to at least be present. You know what I mean? And it's not like Borderlands can't have good characters. Handsome Jack was a great villain, right? The problem is that the main characters are kind of boring in Borderlands, right? Like, even the Psycho, which, you know, my favorite character, but still, it wasn't like... There's only so much you can hear, "I'm the conductor of the poop train," before it loses its luster, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like, Expedition 33, every character has depth, poignancy, and you can have that in a funny ha-ha game. Like, Claptrap has some depth to him. Not personally my favorite character, but still, it's whatever. You know, and I think... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see Borderlands 4 coming close to Expedition 33. 100 million copies will be sold, mark my words. Oh, I'm not saying that it's not going to be a commercial success. I don't think anybody's making that argument. It may even outsell Expedition 33. That doesn't mean it's going to be Game of the Year, though. Wasn't last year's Game of the Year a fucking, like, like a 10-year-old game? Like a game for, like, I'm saying it wrong. It's a little funny platformer, like, what's it called? Astrobot? Yeah, Astrobot, right? Like a game where you're just like a little guy running around, right? That shit won Game of the Year. In fact, I'm wondering, how many copies did Astrobot sell? Let me see. Astrobot sold 1.5 million copies. And it won Game of the Year. The best-selling game of 2025 Wait. Wrong. 2024. Sorry. Was Call of Duty Black Ops, which sold... it's not telling me. How many copies of COD... oh, there we go. Black Ops 6 sold. 500 million copies. It sold 500 million copies, is what people suspect, although they are not publicly available. But that's from the Washington Post. So even if it was half of that, that game didn't win Game of the Year. Astrobot was Game of the Year. So it's like, game sales do not depict who wins Game of the Year. I wonder how many did Expedition 30? Okay. How many copies did Expedition 33 sell so far? 3.3 million. Wait, really? 3.3 million? That's funny. 33? 33? Nice one. You know what I mean? What is this version? Oh, this is the cafe version. Did God of War win Game of the Year? Do you guys remember? God of War was Game of the Year for 2018. Yeah. Man, that really came out in 2018? Oh my god. Time is flying by, isn't it? That was 7 years ago. Shit be crazy right now. You know, I wonder how the Dark Souls but in Asia games are going to be. There's a few of them coming out. The first one that came out was god-awful. I don't mean Assassin's Creed Shadows. I haven't touched that game yet. That game is riddled with controversy, and I feel like the game's been ruined because there's been so much controversy about it, you know? I feel like the whole time I'd be playing it, I'm like, just thinking about, this isn't accurate. You know, it's the Assassin's Creed games too were always fun because they were alternate history, right? They were still heavily historically, you know, relevant and accurate to a point, right? To the point of the story's fantasy changes. That's why it's alternate history, and that's what made Assassin's Creed so fun. Hell, I remember in Assassin's Creed 2 when you get Ezio. You just wander around Italy, and you just... it would pop up with, like... if you ran into a building, it would pop up with, like, this is the Casa del something. and then it would explain like all the different things that has to do with that place and all the things that happened there, and you know how it was remade in the game. It was really good. It just felt like the game sort of pulled away from that, where you were actually learning things. You know? God of War Ragnarok came out in 2022 and lost to Elden Ring. Well, Elden Ring is Elden Ring, you know what I'm saying? So, makes sense to me. Like, I was so sure Elden Ring was going to win Game of the Year to the same level that I'm sure Expedition 33 will. Like, it has to, right? Like, what game is gonna be better than Expedition 33? Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Borderlands 4 wins Game of the Year, and it's not like a titan of innovation, I'm gonna just be so sad, dude. Like, don't let it win. Well, actually, that's not true. I probably won't be sad, because I do like Borderlands conceptually. I do think it's an overrated game, but, you know, for what it is, I think it's conceptually a good game. I think it's fun. I don't think there's any problems with that. I want to reward story games. Like, really good story games, like Expedition 33 and Baldur's Gate, right? The fact that Baldur's Gate did so well makes me so happy, because that means we might get more actual good RPGs. A game I've been playing lately, Mandagora, Whispers of the Witch Tree, is probably my favorite 2D platformer I've ever played. It is fucking awesome. Weren't you sure Wukong was gonna win, though? I mean, it's definitely a contender. I'm glad Baldur's Gate won, though. Wait. Did those come out the same year? Am I tripping? BG3 was 2023. Oh, was Wukong 24? Okay. And that was Astrobot 1 in 2024, right? Yeah, Wukong locked. Yeah! Fucking... Fuck, dude. Astrobot... That's right, now I remember. Yeah, Astrobot beat Wukong, dude. That was crazy that game... I never even heard of that game, and it won Game of the Year. That feels like a scam, doesn't it? I must have blocked that out of my mind. Yeah, how does it... That's a great question. How does a PS5 exclusive beat a game that was available to everybody? Isn't that weird to you? Because that means, by definition, less people played it. God of War was a PS exclusive? Yeah, but people heard of that game, Gaz. That's not the same comparison. God of War was a long-standing franchise several generations ago. So that being an exclusive isn't really a deterrent. People bought PlayStations just to play that game. What I want to know is how a game I had never heard of, that was only on PlayStation, beat Wukong. Like, what? That was so crazy to me. Absolutely unbelievable. Xbox didn't have Wukong? It was on PC, right? Also, Wukong had
some pretty strong marketing. And also, it's based off of a 5,000 plus year old hero's journey story. So, you know, people know who Wukong is. This Astrobot game wins, and it's not even Astro Boy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do it as acid. Penalty AC is good. Journey to the West was a good game. The one where you're playing Wukong and you're fighting machines. That was a pretty good game. When it came out for first Xbox. I don't know if anybody ever played that game. It was good. I know people that didn't buy Wukong because they thought it was Chinese propaganda. What? Well, first of all, yeah, it's their country. It's their mascot. That's their guy. That would be like, we made a video game about George Washington fighting aliens, and people didn't buy it because that's American propaganda. You bet your sweet ass it is. It's George Washington. He's probably got chainsaws. I don't know. America, the movie, the motion picture is a great movie, but for probably not the right reasons, right? Of course it's gonna be, like, yeah, it's gonna talk up China. That's their guy. like what? That would be like saying that Goku is Japanese propaganda, even though technically he really isn't, because he doesn't really talk about Japan, at least as far as I've seen in the shows, because he protects Earth. Hell, he might be closer to Mexican propaganda at this point. And the point is like, that's such a dumb reason, and it's not even like, yeah, it's gonna talk up China. It's their history. Duh. Like, that's so dumb. It's a Chinese-made game, so it lost. If that's the reason it lost, that's stupid. Look, I get that, you know, China might throw out a bunch of, like, games that steal IPs and all of that, and, you know, as however complex that whole situation is, whatever. But them making a game about their guy doing what he did in their stories, yeah, like this, they're in their own mythos. You're in their house. Take off your shoes. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? That's dumb to me, man. If that's the reason that it lost, that would be a really tragic reason, right? That would be really dumb. I thought it was good. I did too. I loved Wukong. That game was sick. It was a good game. Like, not only was it a game about China's mythology, but it was also a good game. It was great. Man, if that's the reason it lost, that would be really tragic, man. Chinese propaganda. It better be. Shit is whack. Anyway. Let's see. Shit is so whack. You know, I really like how the elements are shaping up. Because fire, you have, like, reliable damage over time that spreads slowly. You have chilled, which is movement and action lockdown. You've got shocked, which is attack penalty and explosive randomized damage. You have corroded, which is defense stripping. It's pretty good. Alright, 3 more. We're done. Whoops. Should I give burn? Yeah, should be double that. I think I need to change how that works. Maybe not. I think that works. Works for me. Necrosis is bad. Really, really bad. So the effects of necrosis is just big debuffs, lowering saves, allowing them to land. Oh boy, radiation. My favorite. Okay, here we go. That might be too much. Yeah, I shouldn't make that tier 1. That's too much. Let's make that like tier 4 maybe. Afflicted incurs the blinded / sightless. Incurs tier 1. Sightless. I'll remind myself what that does again, make sure that's not too strong. It's kind of what Shock does already. Yeah, but it's going to have multiple effects instead of just one penalty. Basically, it's going to do what similar to what Necrosis did. Also, lightning, kind of makes sense. I'm really loving the background music choices today. Well, you know, Essie, that's because it's Expedition 33 music. You know, once I beat the game, I think I want to play through it again in the Discord, and I want you there, because, look, I'm going to tell you, as much as you love Mass Effect, I think you're going to love Expedition 33 even more. It is... God, the fact that you haven't played it yet is like an experience that I want to, like, savor when you finally get to see it, because you're going to fall in love with the game, man. That game's gonna make you cry. That's it. Big old tears. Alright, so for elemental radiated, for radiant damage, Tier 1 gives them Tier 1 Sightless, Tier 2 gives them Tier 1 Fatigued, Tier 3 means they can't use the Avoid action, Tier 4 is the Afflicted reduces the tier of 1 imbuement of the source controller's choice by 1, so it's a minor dispel. Increase the effects of Tier 1 and Tier 2 to Tier 2 and Tier 2 Fatigue and Sightless, so essentially just increase both those. And then the next one does that again, which Tier 3 Fatigue is really bad and Tier 3 Sightless is also pretty bad. And then the final one is reduces the tier of all imbuements they are benefiting from by 1. So essentially it's a built-in dispel on the damage type. Which, the reason I gave that to radiant damage is that's going to be like the common ability used by faith-based characters, right? And one of the things I want to do is I don't want a character to have to choose between doing damage and dispelling. At least, not such a hard-locked choice between from action types. This means you can do a little bit of both. So if you wanted to be somebody who could remove stuff off the bad guys by blasting them, then you can do it this way. Or you can go the dispel route and actually cast the dispel spell, which will be more potent in how it does it. So I think this is good. Alright, here we go. The big one. Can you go over Radiant again? I missed it, sorry. Okay, so Radiant damage can have the Radiated Elemental Affliction, which gives Sightless and Fatigue, which are both bad, and then you can't use the Avoid action, and then you can slightly Dispel an effect that they're benefiting from, that the target is, and then you can make those, the Sightless and Fatigued effects even worse, and then the final, the Tier 7 version of this is a mass dispel of reducing all imbuements that the target is benefiting from by one tier down. So that's what it does. The intention is that instead of having to choose between dispelling or dealing damage, faith characters, which are going to be the most common radiant damage users, could specialize into radiant damage and still get a somewhat usable dispel effect. Or you could go full Dispel and have a guaranteed and more powerful version of it. It's really up to you. Wounded and Shattered are not elemental. Wounded and Shattered is the dying condition in this system. We got it. We got it done. All of the afflictions are done. At least all the ones that are now. And we got through it, guys. Whew! Not too shabby. Alright, so we got through that, which means next we'll be doing imbuements, which is all the positive effects. Man, that was a lot. But we got through it. We're getting it done. We're getting it done. Alright. That'll do for today's work stream. Thanks for hanging out with me, sticking by me, all that good stuff. As a reminder, the the finale of Corvinus will be scheduled for this Sunday on the 29th. The announcement's already been out, but I'll make more announcement as time goes on. Also, please, if you haven't already, add your epilogue to the epilogue channel underneath whatever your game was, because that's where I'll be checking. Today I'll be going through and like answering questions and stuff that have been added at me there. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow as we take a shot at those imbuements. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for supporting the channel, and I'll see you guys next time.